So, boom, 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 boom. I have. I can hear myself. Boom, 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 boom. I can hear myself. Right. Doobie doo 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 ba doobie doo 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 doo. Doobie doo doobie doobie doo doobie doobie doo. Do do be do be do do be do be do do do. Um. Where is the rest of Unreal? Seem to have lost the main. Hello, Unreal. Real. So we start this stream with a bug, an Unreal bug. I seem to have lost my main window. So let's just do. I need to write a script really just to restart Unreal. Follow restart. I need a checklist. Restart protocol for Unreal. Close Visual Studio. Close Unreal. Restart Unreal. Wait. Oh, I'm having so much fun waiting. Right, my project. There it is. I have to go here and open Visual Studio. But you have to open Visual Studio from within, not from without. From within Unity. No, not Unity, Unreal. Output log. Let's put this down here. You know, and I think what I'm going to do is immediately repeat this process so that Unreal might remember my window layout before it crashes. My blueprint. Won't let me zoom in more than that. It will only let me zoom in this far with the scroll wheel unless I hold down Control, in which case I can zoom in a bit more. How are we doing? It's the chat window. Say something. Right. Is everything working? Oh, right. Yeah, I knew there was something. Then we need to... why don't I do that now? Okay, I'm going to do that now. Because it's just like, if not now, when? Up here, we have... In here, shows you the chain, the line I'm researching at the moment, which is Phi development. But for Phi development, I want to have a graphics terminal that operates over the network. That's the nugget philosophy. There's nothing like that exists. I keep looking. But somebody's surely done this. No, it looks like I'm the only person who keeps on insisting that we should connect things together over a network. And people sometimes they hearing kind of the feedback. People then say, but isn't the network slow? And then Stadia. So the lag on Stadia is actually, I'm impressed with the lag on Stadia. I really didn't think you could get it that good. I've changed my mind a little bit about streaming. I mean, it's still going to be difficult to do Pong, but then you can't do Pong on a console. The lag is like over 100 milliseconds typically, and you can't do an original Pong game with a lag of 100 milliseconds. It's unplayable. But it could actually be that Stadia ends up having less lag than you would get on your own PC, your own console. How crazy. How did I get onto the topic of lag? I've forgotten. Yes, no, that's the point. Well, the point is that surely if you can send the input of a player over the internet to some server located God knows where, process the entire frame to generate the graphics, encode the graphics as a video stream, and send that stream back to the player within 50 milliseconds. Don't tell me that using a network connection on gigabit Ethernet in your development studio is going to be too slow. It just isn't. The truth is the network, in terms of lag, is one of the least laggy components. Crazy but true. There's a video. I had a video on my YouTube. It's probably not up at the moment, but it was what I did was I timed the lag that I was seeing on my Surface Pro for just hit a button on the keyboard and then see a response on the screen, and it looks like on the Surface Pro the lag between the processor and the screen is 50 milliseconds. That's about how long it takes to get a packet from here to America across the Atlantic Ocean. This is really terrible. It's 50 milliseconds. I mean, within a Surface Pro. So, but you can send a packet from your Surface Pro to some other computer in your studio and back to the Surface Pro in less than a millisecond. So the actual reality is that there's absolutely no reason from a performance point of view why you can't set up a graphic terminal that's like the front-end display for a graphic for a game engine, for example. And what you do is in that terminal you load the graphics, and then your gameplay moves the things in the world over the network. The amount of traffic you'd need to do that is minuscule compared to the amount of data you need to encode a video frame. So there you go. So why is this not done? And that's the nugget philosophy, and I keep on trying to figure out, I'm just one person. But what happens is that for Phi, so Phi dev on there, see in the text there, you've got Phi dev, that's Phi development. So I'm developing the Phi programming language. There's another YouTube channel for that. This is not broadcasting on that channel because this is not specifically about Phi. This is about Unreal. But for my Phi development, I want a graphic terminal. That's Nugget window. Nugget is the Network Unified Game Generation Engine and Tools, which is in fact a architectural framework for doing this kind of thing. It's actually decoupling of different components within a game engine that you can hook together any way you like, including over a network. And it's another one of my research lines. So what I want to do is create a graphic terminal. I actually don't really have one. I've made quite a few over the years. The first one I ever made was actually in Blitz Basic, Blitz 3D. I actually made one in Blitz 3D, and I gave it to the students in my courses to do their work on physics development. And then I stopped using it because it seems very hard to get people over the idea that connections on the network are slow. But the point is if you set up such a terminal, you can actually do a breakpoint in your physics code, for example, but in the viewer you can still move the camera around and see what's going on, right? Even when you've frozen your physics simulation, and you can write your physics simulation in C++ and it connects over the network. It's very, very nice idea, very. But actually I don't have one at the moment. I did contemplate sort of digging out Blitz 3D, but I thought that was too crazy even for me. So that's Nugget window. So I said, well, I was like a little bit of craziness, and we can have the craziness of making Nugget window, which is, I say, a graphics terminal, building it in Unreal, because I have very little experience of Unreal, because I've been using Unity for the past 10 years. And started to get a little bit tired of Unity, to be honest. So I've got other reasons for exploring Unreal. So I am learning Unreal at the moment. So I think I can do two things. I can try to build my Nugget graphics terminal in Unreal. Normally I would do it in Unity, which will help me learn Unreal and also get me the Nugget window that I want to help speed development of Phi. So that's the current line on that. So I am learning, so you can see there, Phi development, sub thing, Nugget window, sub that, Unreal, sub that, learning. And now as part of that, I'm exploring my notice board pattern. This is a pattern that I ended up using an awful lot in Unity. And I want to see if I can implement the notice board pattern in Blueprints. I should probably say notice board pattern in Blueprints. Yeah. And so that brings us matter in hand, which was notice board pattern. What did I say? Was there something? There was something I was going to put here as and as a sub. Yeah, sorry, I'm remembering. as a sub thing of notice board pattern, there is restart Unreal script. Because I am tired of this, so in fact it's actually DevOps. Everything in the end, people who are familiar with my streams, you'll know that in the end everything often a lot DevOps sort of tends to feature at some point when I get irritated enough. So basically the problem here is I want to have a script that automatically restarts Unreal, but it's not quite so simple as just restarting Unreal. I also need to open up you know, Visual Studio, and sure, you can do this yourself, but it gets really boring, because why should I do tasks that this computer should be able to do, because automating tasks is in fact the primary task of the computer. So let's see. What the first thing I'm going to do is get out my favorite thing, which is one of my favorite things. These are a few of my favorite things. Oh, I think I have a folder these days called scripts, don't I? It's a totally appropriate place to put this, because what I'm going to do is make a new AutoIt. AutoIt is brilliant. New AutoIt script. This script is going to be called Restart Unreal. And there we go. So, oh, my eyes. Bright. White background. Like, who invented the white background? I blame Bill Gates. He was so obsessed with the idea of making things look like paper and, you know, officey things. So we ended up with white screens with black writing on them, and burned the retinas out of countless people for 2 generations. I exaggerate, but only a little. So let's see. The first thing we want to do is close. Well, we need to close down. Oh, we need to save first. So here's, I've not tried to do this with Unreal before, so we'll see what happens. If I just make this a bit smaller, we can see that. All right, I don't know what the name of the window is going to be. So AutoIt has this nice thing. AutoIt version 3. It has an AutoIt window info. See that there. And so if I use the Finder tool and drag it to Unreal. And so the class is Unreal window. I need to find this first of all. Find the window. Well, yep. First thing to do is to do a win activate. But I can use a special title, but then I can never remember the syntax of this. So let's see if I can hit F1 here. And yes, that's the syntax. So what we're looking for is a window whose class is whatever that said, which I think was Unreal, wasn't it? And I've closed it now. It was not very. That wasn't very smart. Let's open that again, and you know what? I'm going to pin that to the taskbar. So drag the finder tool, God, across my windows. I can't see. Yeah, there we go. And it said Unreal Window. Sorry, that was well. So I do Unreal Window, and this script should activate, bring Unreal to the front when I execute it, and I can just hit F5, and it will run it. And unterminated string. Let's try that again. And yeah, there's, as expected, didn't work. But when these things rarely work first time. It's always because you're wrestling with Windows, which means you're wrestling with Bill Gates. That doesn't work for some reason. Unreal class, Unreal Window. Or it could be because of another reason. Let me just, there's the documentation, auto it help. See if we can. No, it still doesn't like it. Okay, if I use the title, the problem is then this script is going to be tied. If I use this, it's going to be tied down to the particular project or particular. Oh, wait a minute. That was nugget test. Minimal default. Let's just try this again. Problem with my window layout here. Mouse is getting stuck. Actually, I want to check this one. I'm checking the wrong flipping window. So if I do that, my project, Unreal Editor. Oh, right, well. Oh, class, Unreal. I got you. There's more than one. So what we should be able to do is do this. Let's just do this as a test. Right, now, if I hit F5, yes, it's selected Unreal. And then I should be able to sort of see if I can match partial text. Yeah, that one it didn't like, and I need to see on WinActivate the match mode option. It was a flipping sort of language for. I don't like messing around with the options. Inactive, anyway. Okay. Yeah, we can just do regex. Let's try that. If only Bill Gates had known what a regular expression was sooner. Sooner than he did. Regex between this and this. Let me follow the pattern. I don't understand why I need to put this bit in front. Oh, probably it's ignore case. Yeah, okay. Here's that. So what I can do is .star Unreal Editor. That should do the trick, I think. Let's see. Yes, that worked. So WinActivate activates Unreal. At which point I want to save. So we can go and do save all. Control Shift S. So we do send, Control Shift S. There we go. And now hopefully this will select it and save everything. Don't know if it saved everything. How do we check? I suppose I can just move my little graph around. This And yeah, there's a star there, so this has been modified. And then I hit F5. Oh, come back. There, click on that window. Right, hit F5. It has successfully activated Unreal, successfully saved. Now we get it to quit, which I can probably use the need a kind of exit command. I suppose I can just send Control F4. Let's put a sleep in there. It's a delay of 1 second just so that we can see what's happening. And we're going to send to it Control F4. Let's see. So hopefully when I run this, it will. And something didn't work. Yeah, Control F4 didn't work. Or nope, that should have. Let's have a look here. We're on F4. Yep, it looks like I'm doing the right. Maybe it doesn't listen to this. Let's see, Control F4. Oh, it's the wrong one. It's Alt F4. Yaha. Which I think is, if I remember rightly, exclamation mark F4. Oh, damn. Hit insert, that useless insert key. All right, let's try that. Ooh, and that worked. Took a little bit of time for it to close. So that's fine. Let's put another little sleep in there so I can. Then after having done that, we need to close Visual Studio. So, all right. What have we got? My project, Microsoft Visual Studio. So we're going to do the same thing again. Like so that it will activate Visual Studio and then send to it some stuff. It needs to send to it, save everything, Control Shift S again, so it's the same thing. Handy. And then we also need to close that. So this should successfully and nicely shut down everything. If I just run this. Oh, hang on. Now that's weird. Control Shift S. Didn't quite behave correctly. Did it actually switch? No. Oh, okay. So the only problem with this is that it gets confused if Unreal isn't there. So what we do, if Win exists, we can take this. If Win exists, then end if. Oh, we need to pop that there. So it's going to only do Try to close Unreal if Unreal is running. Let's try this again. Something you didn't like. If statements must have a then keyword. Yes. Oh. Where? It's my bash. My bash programming brain poked its head in there. Right. And so that has successfully closed that thing. So what I'm going to do is just test that process out. Always test. All right. Oh yes, that's going to be interesting. Open this past project. I can do that automatically. So I've now got to do the restart thing and figure out how to open Visual Studio from within Unreal automatically. So much fun to be had. Just in an effort to make a computer automate things. Incredible. Let's see if my script should, if I'm going to hit F5, should close stuff down. Hello? What are you doing? It closed Unreal. Now, the problem is that while it was closing Unreal, it's unable to also close Visual Studio. Yes, architectural issues. Definitely Bill's fault. So I suppose I could... Is there a win, wait, not exist? I have to put some kind of delay. Win, wait, not active. Ooh. Let's see if this... maybe I should put this into... I'm tired of typing it out all the time. How's that? Go back dollar title, and then I can just say dollar title. Dollar title, and yeah, blah, blah, blah. Go to here, and we do dollar title. And that's fine. Win, wait, not active. Dollar title. I've got two titles. So that's really annoying. This is title 1, and this one is working on title 2. Right, okay. Let's restart Unreal. And this is why DevOps is a painstaking thing. So you have to test the tool chain. Usually testing the tool chain involves waiting for things to open. Got to fill your 60 gig of memory, and I think that's fine. Let's try running this script now. And we have an error. Variable used without being declared. Correct. Correct. Absolutely correct. What's that one there? Let's try again. I'm 15.
Hello, Dino.
Yeah. Oh, hello, Hal. That was another one. All right. Huh? So that's a bit weird. I think we have to also wait for a delay. So let's wait 2 seconds. I hate doing that because then sometimes, you know, if the computer stalls or whatever, relying on a delay. All right, let's see. Oh, I need to start Unreal again. Bloom, 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 bloom. Because the thing is that when you're using the Unreal editor and you're working in C++, you can crash your code, and when you do, it crashes the editor. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. It crashes the editor. Hey, Tony Zag, I should say. Hi, Zag. How you doing? I'm doing DevOps at the moment. Yes. DevOps. Should have a t-shirt made that says Forever DevOps. So, right. Okay, let's test this out. I'm going to run the script. Let's see if it does it this time. Closes there. And, now, there's something else going on here, so I need to investigate. When I did, it's almost like it's not switching to Visual Studio. I think that actually is the problem. If I comment out those lines here, and we'll just try this again. See if we can understand why this script is not working. Let's open up Visual Studio. Ah, yes. And this is, of course, you can also practice. I've got to practice a line from one of the songs. So, right, it's ready. Open the project and wait. All right, so there we go. And let's try running the script again. What I'm expecting to see here is it will close Unreal and bring Visual Studio to the front. Yeah, it's failing. You know why? Because of a copy paste error. Look at that. I need a nice little stand I could put this on. Do that. Right. So what we actually need to do is have visual. Oh, come on. I can't type now. Visual Studio. Hello, Michael. Night Rain. Hey, how you doing? Yes. Long time. How you doing there? Good to see you. Let's see if this works. Oh, gosh. I need to restart Unreal.
Hello, Dino.
Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Every time I sigh, Hal thinks I'm talking to it. It's kind of weird. Hey, Will Whitley! My gosh, everybody coming out of the woodwork. Look at that. How you doing? An eventful year. It certainly has been an eventful year. And everything will never be quite the same. Yeah, I was thinking about the eventful year. Hang on. What my? Oh yeah, open up Unity. Right. And now we try to run the script again. Had it close that. It brought Visual Studio to the front. So I think there was a combination of things going on there. The main one was that I had the wrong Unreal twice. It needs to operate with Visual. It's probably I can't remember whether this was before or after this bug. So what I'm going to do is just run a test again to see if I need these weights here. I shouldn't really need them. Okay, so that's ready, and restart Unity. Unreal and Unity, they both begin with U. Oh man, I hope you're all right. That sounds really traumatic. I hope you're okay now. Let's try again. It's fine. I think it's going to work. Yeah, I think so many people have weird things. Just weird things. Let's hope this year is better. But I think in my memoirs, 2020 will be a hilarious one. Actually, so bad. It's almost funny. Hey there, MV. How you doing? Yeah, things will get better. I mean, it's true. You know, it's like the life is like the waves. It's like the waves go up and the waves go down, and they have to go up and down because you can't just have the waves up all the time, because then there wouldn't be any waves. And for every challenge, there's always an opportunity. So, stalling here. Yeah, what I wanted to do is, and it, you know, I remember when Trump was elected. That was a terrible year. The year 2016. But, you know, had some terrible elements to it. The vote for Brexit, Trump getting in. I remember other things of main name. I remember thinking at the time it was touch and go if we would survive the 4 years of Trump's thing. Now we just got to survive like 12 days. Touch and go, really. Ah. 2 pints of water a day. I try. I had this thing recently where I get dehydrated without realizing it. I wake up in the morning, a splitting headache. I have to be careful. And it's difficult. I know, but it's because we have to drink tap water. When I go to Italy to visit my parents, which I haven't been able to do for Christmas for the first time in nearly 20 years, the water up there is mountain water on tap. It's like you drink that down. It's like easy. I find it a little bit harder to drink tap water for some reason. Hey, Mark. Oh yeah, Will Watley. You got the vaccine. I'm scared of the vaccine. I hope. Let's see. I hope you feel better soon. Let us know how it goes, because I don't know which I'm more scared of.
Hello, Dino.
Oh well. Okay. So, what was I doing before this? The world falling apart talk. It should now close both. Let's see. So we run that, and it closes that. Now that wasn't a full test, because to full test is to test both. I'm going to start Unreal. That's the thing. It's like you've got to do what you've got to do, right? And I guess humanity, one of the things it has to do at this point is make a vaccine. All our technology and ability to do that, we make a vaccine. But I think it's very important that we remember the limitations of science. Actually, there's a good way of putting it. Is you can just think about the release of Cyberpunk 2077. There's a very important connection between the two. One of the problems with any video game when it's released is that it gets a huge amount of testing that is impossible to do as a developer before the release, because it would just be ridiculously expensive to get the same kind of coverage in tests. And this is one of the reasons why you have to be very careful with software that is life-threatening. You know, that means, for example, software in aviation or whatever, where there's lives are at risk, because that software is going to get used in production, is going to be tested over and over again, and it's going to see all kinds of situations that cannot be covered in the tests that you do beforehand. It's just a reality. It's the way it is. You can't, and this is not, I mean, these days we're getting to the point where it's impossible to point something out without somebody then throwing a thing at you, and saying, calling you an anti-vaxxer. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I'm a pro-science person, right? In the sense that I believe that when you do it, should be done scientifically, and that means that when you do it, you should be aware of the limitations and assumptions of what you do. And it's a reality that you cannot test, just like you cannot test Cyberpunk 2077 on everybody's, I mean, unless you have a open beta or something, right? You can't, you basically, it's very difficult. There's a huge problem of trying to do the same kind of coverage as you get in actual release. And it's the same with the vaccine. What the vaccines are, in effect, it's biological programming. It's there's effectively no difference, except now we're talking about the programming in people's bodies, right? And you have this product, the vaccine, and it's going to do its job. They say it's 95% effective on a small sample. You don't know if it's 95% effective when you put it actually in the hands of the real population. You can only do your best to assess that. And there's always a variance. There's always a risk involved. You just don't know 100%. Have they got all the bugs out? So my fear of this type of thing really comes from my knowledge and understanding of the way technology works and the way things get debugged. Being a software engineer, I find it very scary. Right? And when people think in the development of software video games, they often don't understand that everybody's experience is different, that everybody's machine is not the same, because it's not just the machine, it's also the person who uses the game. They behave differently, have different tendencies. You can also have really silly things like they have different names. This is a thing that happens because of different locales, so that you can even have bugs which occur because certain people have certain names or use certain characters that break the UI and cause a crash. And these things, there's a variance that exists within the ecosystem, even of game consoles, right? And so that's another reason why it's very hard to catch sort of all the bugs. And I'm aware of all these things. So then I'm left thinking, have they tested it enough? Becomes really quite critical. Do I want to inject into my own body stuff that could have a bug in it? And, maybe the answer is yes. Maybe, we all have to be pragmatic. I don't know. But I'm quite within my rights to say it scares me. It's just, So I hope everything's all right for you, Mark. And just to be clear, this is being rational, not being an anti-anything. Yeah, scary. I mean, when you consider the fact that the government kept a database of stuff connected with COVID in an Excel spreadsheet by row and ran out of rows. Yeah. It's 95% effective. I hope that wasn't because they didn't use enough rows. Columns. Did I say rows? Columns? Whatever. They use columns. Ran out of columns. I'm just going to check the notes here, but then I'm going to try and get back on track. Let's see the text here. Let's see. They promise so much. Well, yeah, they promise so much. It's true. Although it's also true that the media makes them promise much. It's like in order to get the attention, you've got to make bold claims. Otherwise, if you don't make bold claims, then all of the influencers and the media people aren't interested. And then, so you make the bold claims, and then you have to live up to them. but they're impossible to live up to. Because by the time, this is what happened to No Man's Sky. By the time the game, it doesn't matter. You could, when you have a big product, right, there's just too many opportunities to have something to knock the product on for. And if you're a media or a reviewer, I mean, again, tell me if I'm wrong. Their job is to make money, just in the same way as game developers' job is to make money. And so the easiest way to make money with the whole cycle is hype the thing, and you get lots of attention and lots of traffic and all the rest of it. And then when it gets released, bash the thing. Which is not to say that, it's not the devs. In the end, it'll probably be more like the people, it's like everyone blames the devs. And I can tell you that developers are just people who are trying to earn a living. So whoever's to blame, there is blame, yes, but the blame is more of, it feels to me often like it's the result of the ecosystem that we have of the different interests of the video game doesn't actually allow for a solution. If we want a solution, it's not easy. I wish people would understand this. There is no easy solution. It's like developers don't do this on purpose. Right? I have no idea what the solution is. Well, I have some ideas, but I have no idea how to make any of those ideas an idea that people buy into. And that's another story. Hey, Amiga 500. Good to see you. Yeah, that's actually true, Michael. The problem is that they made this is a problem with the current gen. I'm not entirely surprised that hit them. And what I'm talking about there is the attempt to span a wide range of different platforms, because they were trying to hit previous gen Xbox. And the temptation, it's always there, isn't it? There's a temptation to just sort of focus on the new stuff. And so what happens is the spec of the game gets bigger and bigger and bigger so that it's going to be impressive on the new console. But you need to also look after the low-end spec. So what will have happened there is a certain pattern. I've seen it before, right? It's everybody chases the numbers. There's a kind of greed. It's like, let's push. We push for more, push for more, push for more, push for more. Because it's there. Because we can. Because it's a PS5. Because it's the new Xbox, whatever it's called. Xbox Series Procedure 37JQP. I just really do wish they would also name. I have this problem all the time when talking about the current gen Xbox. I don't know what the hell to call it. Xbox Series X or S. Xbox Series. Is that it? Xbox Series? It's just there's grammatically a problem. So I digress. But anyway, but it's like, yeah. So that's coming out for that, and so there is a push to push the technology to push that platform, and also the platform holders want the developers to do this, and so it's like, and all the numbers go up and up and up and up and up, and the really silly thing is that often some of those numbers go up and you won't even notice the difference. What you've got is a loss of efficiency. So the sizes of your textures and the amount of just stuff that's in there, it's become there's the budget goes out of the window. Now, of course, they had a big budget for their game, of course, but it's very easy for a developer and publisher and the whole whatever gamut to forget about the fact that budget is not just money. There are other budgets as well. There's a budget in terms of what the hardware can handle and your constraints that you have there, and you need to be very efficient with it so that you only spend the tech budget, the technological budget, let's call it that. You only spend the technological budget where you actually need the technological budget. You need your spend on your technology budget to be efficient. Otherwise, it just weigh you down. And so that's one thing you can do, is be very careful. Don't be greedy. And you have to never forget the low-end platform. Because it's really hard to develop a game that serves a low-end platform and a high-end platform and makes the best possible game on both. The best game that you can get on the low-end platform and the best possible game you can get on the high-end platform. Very, very difficult to do. Now, you can do it, but you have to be really, really disciplined. It has to be pretty much the focal point of what you do. It's forgetting to fly the plane. If I can if I can mix my metaphors here, it's like that's the number one rule if you're a pilot, is you must remember to fly the plane. There have been crashes, real life crashes that have occurred because pilots forgot to fly the plane. They're trying to figure out this and that, what the problem is. They've got some issue they have to deal with, but they forgot to fly the plane. And when you forget to fly the plane, guess what? You forget to fly the plane and it will crash. Well, in game development, flying the plane is making sure that your game will work on all the platforms that you want to ship it on. That is the game development equivalent of flying the plane, and you have to remember to fly the damn plane. And now the game comes out, or is approaching its release, and there's a lot of razzmatazz with that, a lot of hype, a lot of people getting excited, and then the things being said, and lack of clarity. They talk about certain features which should be on a certain platform. Did someone check that it would actually be on that platform? If you're not sure, you probably shouldn't say it. You should not assume that things are just going to work. You have to test it. You have to try it. You have to fly the many planes, each plane, right? Because you're always going to have less of an experience on hardware that's 10 years old, right, than you will on hardware which is now. You can't sell the same game to everybody. It's a really complicated and difficult thing. It's not easy, but you can see it. So yeah. What happened was they forgot to fly the plane. Classic. We've got some basic unit tests, but a lot of the testing is going to be done in production. Absolutely right. Yeah, and that is the other problem, is that you don't know what the knock-on effects are 10 years down the line. Absolutely right. We don't know that about anything that we do. And it's exactly the same with how we've changed the ecosystem of things. We try and solve a problem. We have a pest. We try to deal with the pest. We didn't realize this unbalanced the ecosystem, and suddenly we have a plague and another problem that's even worse than the problem that we were trying to fix. This has happened time and time again in the ecology of the planet, where we've interfered, and we think that we interfere when we do something so sweeping as mass inoculations. Again, I'm not an anti-vaxxer, but what I am is saying what is scientifically demonstrable. It's scientifically demonstrable that when you interfere in a hugely complex ecosystem, you can cause major catastrophes. So this is a risk that we're running, since we do not understand the full ecosystem of how viruses, what viruses do in the ecosystem. There is more than a little evidence that there are good viruses as well as bad viruses, just as we know there are good bacteria and bad bacteria. So, but we need the good bacteria. So just, you've got to be careful. Being careful is really important. The two things are quite, software. Yeah. We get the idea. We don't know what will happen. So we just have to, make a choice and have faith that everything will be all right. Maybe a good thing is not is to diversify and not just have a single solution that we apply like a blanket on everything, because that would seem to be rather risky, wouldn't it? I don't know. Thank you very much, Michael. That's a nice compliment. Did you hear about scientists renaming some genes because Excel kept formatting the names as dates? That's hilarious. Still, everything's just fine. Yes, I did not hear about that. No. Of course, No Man's Sky is really good because they did what they said they were going to do. They're good people. I've said it. Someone want to argue with me now? Turns out, hey, Jim, wherever you are, whoever you are. Which game made 13 million in sales? Cyberpunk 2077. I bought it. I bought it on Stadia. I played it on Stadia. It was quite playable on Stadia. I don't think I'll be returning back to it. I only got so far, and then I kind of lost interest. Yeah, that's the point. So why didn't they just finish the game on the old gen and then produce the PS5 version next year? Why not? I have no idea. Cyberpunk. Stadia. It was surprisingly good. I was shocked because I've been a naysayer about streaming. I was not convinced about streaming, but I made a miscalculation. A miscalculation I made was I was forgetting about how laggy games are. They're terrible, just even on your own console, because as you may remember with a Kickoff Revival, I had the shock when I was porting it to the PlayStation 4 when I measured the lag as over 100, it was around 100 milliseconds. So a tenth of a second between the input and the response on the screen. And it was making it feel kind of soupy. And, well, cut a long story short, because Stadia is able to run on virtual hardware, is actually the potential that Stadia will have less lag. It's crazy. Just simply because it takes the input and processes the frame and spits the frame out, and can do this on hardware which is potentially a lot more powerful than the hardware that you'll have on your PC. And the lag over the network, they've got it down to the point, I think this is what they said something about negative lag, but I think this is what they meant, because negative lag is just insane. That doesn't mean anything. But if we mean like getting the lag to be less on Stadia than people typically see on their own PC, yeah, actually, will it ever compete with the 20 milliseconds of lag that you would get from your old school console on a CRT? Probably not. But yeah, so it's actually pretty good. I think I played Destiny 2 as well. I was playing Destiny 2 on Stadia because I could get that if I signed up for their Pro thing, and you get a lot of stuff there for free. Playing a first-person shooter with console controller, it felt a lot less laggy than how some things are felt on consoles. So, yeah, I have to reappraise my view. I'm not convinced it's low enough lag to be able to do Kickoff Revival, though, but that that's something to see. What I would do, to be honest, is just sign up for their 3-month free trial, their 3-month trial on Stadia for Pro, and try it out. You can try it and that costs you nothing, and immediately you'll be able to play all kinds of stuff. And not worry about your graphic card. So yeah, yes, I like it. My machine I have here doesn't have a great graphic card because it was primarily designed for music before further changes are planned. I totally comfortable with using it, and I just like the fact that, well, there's the other thing too. I can play a game and it's not using up the resources of my PC, which is actually quite cool as well. You can play a whole video game while you're exporting a video. Yeah. So I think it's got something to it. Yeah, they play with but it's also the game designers have changed the games so that they work with lag. I think I have to pick my battles, and lag is not one I'm going to, well, ever win. I don't know. Oh, it does depend on your internet. That is true. You need to have a good internet connection, and I've got a pretty good one. I've got Virgin. Anyway, I'll get back to this old chatty thing over here. And what I want to do is, I'm doing DevOps at the moment. So we need to go and open up Visual Studio. And the reason for this is because Unreal will crash a lot, because any mistake I make in C++ that causes a crash will crash the editor, and then I get tired of manually restarting it. So that's what I'm doing right now. If I hit F5, see if this works so far. Closes Unreal, and it didn't close Visual Studio. Why did you not close? All right. So let's put in these 2 lines again and see if the. I need to restart Unreal. At least it's not Lumberjack, so I'm okay.
Hello Dino.
All right. Okay, so I did need to put some kind of delay in there. But that did work. So what I'm going to do is reduce that delay to 1 second. It also has a wait. I think there's a combination of things in there. I'm going to do one more test with this. Then I'll do the next bit.
Hello Dino.
Go and ask Google for that and see what they say. Right. What is it, Hal?
Hello Dino.
Right. And let's start Visual Studio. Right, and then I run my script. Yeah, that's really annoying. It needs this long delay. So what I'm going to do is put the delay to 4 seconds and try this again. Some kind of... Doesn't matter if it takes 4 seconds more, but it's point with automation is that then you can do it, you fire and forget, and so it's not distracting your thoughts from your project. It's the distraction that's the real killer, right? It's like being interrupted all the time. So let's see. Hit F5. It closes Unreal. It switches Visual Studio. Closes Visual Studio. So that's, I'll count that as a success. Then the next thing it will need to do is, having done that, wait some more. Let's put some more weights because I've got to wait for it to properly close Visual Studio. So let's do 4 seconds of that. And then what we want to do is restart Visual Studio. Now, to restart restart Unreal. To restart Unreal, I need to execute, system, run, can't remember what they call it, shell execute. So what shell execute is going to do is I need to give it a file name. Switching between different keyboards. Shell execute. We're going to find this properties. There's the target. Copy that and paste it in here. And So then we need to wait until it is active. So I can say win wait active, and we're going to win wait active title 1. I need to Unreal Editor to right, title 1 like so. So we're going to wait till that is active. Then upon that being active, we need to, well, let's just run it and it should start up Unreal, and then I need to check how to do the next bit. Yes. So this was because, right, I need to make a slight modification. What we need to do here is end if. I'm only going to try to close Visual Studio if Visual Studio exists. No, there wasn't. In fact, if you ran Player Manager for long enough, your player would reach 255. Manager would reach the age of 255 and then would be reborn again at 0. It was because it was held in a byte. But I didn't put any kind of hardwired limit in it. I just let it do its thing, assuming nobody would play the game for 255 seasons. Years. Seasons, same thing. Right, so when this is here, this starts up. Now I need it to open the project somehow. Is there a keyboard shortcut? This is where Alt-O. We're in here, Alt-O. Or we just hit enter. I hate this. That's it. Maybe a better way is to open the project. So if I show this in Explorer, okay, I'm going to try this in a different way. Close Unreal, and if I try to double click Unreal, it doesn't know what to open it with. Try to open it in Acrobat Reader. Oh no. Oh, why did I do that? Open with. There we go. I need to find, look for another app. I need to find Unreal on this. Program files, Epic Games, Unreal. Or whatever this was. Engine, binaries, UE editor, this thing. So I'm going to try and open up this with that. Right, now if I try to open up my project, does it just bypass that first? Yes, it does. So that's fine. So what I can then do is try to open up my project is here, copy, paste that in, and then we do nice backslash And so it will try to execute this. This might work. Let's see what happens if I run that. Should shut down Unreal. Oh, it's still executing the script, that's why. So I need to cancel it. Yeah. Exit. Right, let's try this again. Right, closes Unreal. It doesn't try to close Visual Studio because Visual Studio is not there. We're going to wait seconds anyway. It starts up Unreal in my project, so that's good. These can be moved inside the if statement, so we're not going to wait if we don't need to. Same thing here. We don't wait if we don't need to. It executes this, so this should shut down and restart, and it waits until it's active, comes to this point here. Which point I need to open up Visual Studio, but there is no shortcut. So what I'll have to do is go to here, we have File. We're going to open a shortcut, which is I'm sorry, I was thinking about the world again. Preferences, and there should be shortcuts. They're somewhere, aren't there? Shirt. Oh, God, where are they? Forgotten. Project settings, maybe. Can't remember where the shortcuts are kept. Why can't I remember where the shortcuts are? It's got to be part of editor preferences. Keyboard. Keyboard shortcuts. Oh, I couldn't find it. Right. Now, what we need to search in keyboard shortcuts for Visual Studio. Studio. Oh, why'd you do this to me? Maybe this is not searching in. Manually search, because I don't. Of course, I do page down. That doesn't work because, of course, you know. Anybody doing a UI is just going to ignore the conventions, and that doesn't scroll down by one page. It scrolls to where you put it. So now we have to, right, can I use the mouse? I can use the mouse as the scroll bar. Oh God, that's a pain. Curve editor, content browser, jump. I don't know what it's searching for. If I say visual, okay, that seems to be searching in there. So studio, no. Open. There's no shortcut for it. I could put money on that. Of course there's no shortcut for it. Why would anybody want to do it automatically? All I'm trying to do is make computers do things automatically, because that's the whole point of a computer. Hey Mycon, how you doing? Well, Michael, thank you for the compliment. Okay, if there's one thing I've learned in life is that very few people want to learn anything. The industry could learn a thing or two. Really? Okay. I'm just too cynical. I'm too cynical for my own good. Too cynical for my own bad. It's good to see you too, Michael. What's that thing that's sticking out there? The kind of bar. What's this bar here? Oh, it's a scroll bar. I was wondering what those lines are. We seem to have loins. Those lines is the scroll bar of the window. Oh, okay, right.
Hello, Dino.
Yes, hello, Hal. Asset editor open, like it's just like you're going to you really think you're clever, don't you? You're going to stop me automating open in Visual Studio.
Hello, Dino.
Yes, hello, Hal. So, did Unreal use the convention of the Alt key to open up the file menu? Oh, this is looking... That's not looking good. Okay. Right. I will not be defeated. Well, I probably will, but I will not admit to it. Right, so on here. Boom. I will not admit defeat. Actually, I was just thinking, I'm not going to admit defeat until I die. I was thinking, well, how can I admit defeat? I could ask on my tombstone. Just to have, because we can all, we have a tombstone. I have the words on it. I admit defeat. I think that's quite funny. What am I going to do here? I need to understand what yes, I'm going to search for Unreal, okay, Unreal, shortcut to open Visual Studio project. Oh, it's the problem, isn't it? It's like there's so much stuff. Nobody wants to do what I want to do. I'm the only person who wants to do this. So I'm already on page 2 of the search. Nobody does. I'm the only person who wants to automate this in the entire world. Here lies Dino Dini, who readily admits defeat. Yeah. Or just game over. I mean, God, this is, this just, it hurts that I have to go here and do. There's got to be a way. Hang on. They didn't use any of the standard shortcuts. So I can't sort of navigate the menu. I have to use a mouse press. Oh, that's just like, no, not a mouse press. Come on. So much can go wrong with a mouse press. Open the file menu. Editor preferences. Surely. File. Open favorite file. 0, 1, 2, 3. You've got all these shortcuts. Favorite files. That's interesting. Automation. Yeah. Open Visual Studio. Right. Okay. That's not. I can do a mouse press. Hey, Mark. I should ask on Stack Overflow so someone can tell me that I don't want to do that. Yeah, they can. That's a great idea. But, you know, the problem is I'm a little overloaded here. Why don't you ask? You could ask for me. I'll see what happens. All right, we're going to do the mouse press. I'm out of options here, so we have to do the horrible, 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 horrible last resort mouse press thing. And it's probably not going to work. I just took off the freeze. Why is the mouse? Oh, I know why. I need to go to mouse. Here we go. So up on the top here, that's the position. I want the mouse, relative position of the mouse. Summary. It's well, not with attitude. Well, it's not attitude, mate. It's not attitude. It's bitter experience. It just. I really wish things. I would be surprised more often. Pleasantly surprised more often. It would be nice to be pleasantly surprised more often. Okay, so what we're going to have to do is try something else. Win weight active, title 1, and we do the mouse press. Mouse click. Button. Left mouse button. I want to do it as a relative position though. I thought that was possible. You know, that's the thing that relative mouse click auto it 3. Okay, so I can do it that way. I can get the position of the window. This kind of exercise though, it's so many times that some form of automation is required with AutoIt. It's or similar, that it's really good to stay in practice. So that's one reason why, if you're looking at me doing this, is why am I sticking with it? It's also practice. There can times when it can be a lifesaver. I'm going to get the window position for the. I've got the window position, and then we can do a mouse click. Yeah, it's just backspace that. So this is the position plus on the X, I think it's going to be about 18, and on the Y, it's going to be about 95. Came into my head. So let's try that. Let's see. And then because I don't want to be here all day, I'm going to do if false, then, and when activate when I let me just put that there instead. Dollar title 1. I'm going to activate it and then sleep for a second, and then it will do the click because I'm going to be in this window when I hit F5 and run the program. Let's try this. Oh, if statement has no matching end if. You are correct. Ooh, I was spot on the X. I overestimated the Y, didn't I? I should have been. Yeah, it's more like 65. Ooh, 55. Ha. Bind a keyboard key to mouse click. Problem solved. As I couldn't. There's no. Normally, I would use the shortcut, but anyway, I'm here. Let's just try this again. Now we're getting closer. Getting closer. Then I need to. What I'm hoping is now that I've got the menu there, I can use the down arrow. Look at that. Then I just have to, or maybe even better, there may be some form of shortcut thing. Open O. Then I can type open space Visual Studio. So there may be a way of opening that. There may be a shortcut that I'm not aware of, but what I'm going to do is not bother about that just now, and we're going to do send open Visual Studio. Let's see it. I think I made a mistake there, didn't I? Oh. Maybe I just need to, let me just shut that down again and come back to here, and then I can go and say open Visual Studio, enter the Visual Studio. I haven't really looked at Jai. Open Visual Studio, enter. Right? Of course, ladies and gentlemen, observe how enter doesn't work. Maybe Control Enter, Shift Enter, left key Enter, down arrow Enter. I'm going to get you. Yes, Think that you think you can stop me doing my automation? Oh. I will not be defeated. You shall automate. And what I'm going to get out of this is I'll be able to just, you know, run a script, double click on a script, and it will automatically restart the development environment for me. And this will make my life, this will allow my life to be filled with a little more joy. Because joy is the fuel upon which I run. So that actually worked. And so what we now have is probably the full thing. I'm going to turn the full thing on. If true. If true, then blah 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 blah. I think it's the full script. Let's try it. It should shut down Unreal. Doesn't bother with Visual Studio because it's not open. It should restart Unreal. It should wait for it to appear. It should then stall. Ah, it was going so well. It might. Is it still running or is it stuck? What's going on with this? Oh, there's an error. Subscript used on non-accessible variable on 44. Right. I need to just modify this back again. It needs to win weight active, and then just to be sure, we'll put some more copious delays in there. We'll wait 3 seconds there. Let's try this again. What's the main thing about Jai? Oh, look at that. I sort of remembered that this window, I need to close that window. And then we also, right, okay, let's try it again. See, this is why I didn't want to use the mouse click. Because it's just like asking for trouble. Oh, data orientated, yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, you can't get more data orientated than assembler, really. Or C. C is absolutely data orientated. I see that, but personally, I see all those languages as pretty much the same idea over and over again. Yeah, it didn't do the click, did it? I think what I need to do is, if I could, I could write. I think we've got a race condition here. Console write. Ugh. Let's try this. Yeah, it's doing it too soon. I saw it do I saw it make the mouse move. Didn't it? It made the mouse move too soon. So what we have to do is wait a whole bunch of time more, like 6 seconds. Let's try again. It almost worked. What I'm going to do is do the whole script except the enter at the end to debug it. No results. Open Visual Studio. The hell? It says no results. Oh. Open Visual. Try this again. Right, so the problem there is it's actually a timing thing. In all probability. Visual Studio. Before we do the down, we need to wait a bit more. Let's see how that works. Well, we'll get there. The problem is that with this also will come the cost of maintaining it when it breaks. It's always... Yeah, it's
Hello, Dino.
The down arrow was happening before the search completed. And so then we can go do SEND and clapping one hand here. Type 2. I need ZevOps for my mandolin. Right, so down. And then enter. Try this. And it opens it up, and then the mouse, and then Studio, and boom. Yay. And all that might have seemed quite painful, but now I can enjoy the flutes of my labour. Over and over and over again. So what we're going to do now is, this is the great one thing I really love about auto it is we're going to go and compile it, build it, right? It's built, hopefully. If I go into my documents and in the old middly of the old documenty, we can go to scripts, and I now have restart Unreal exe. Restart Unreal exe. I now have an exe that will restart Unreal. It will automatically build it into a program for you, and so there we go. And I could tie that then into HAL. Why not? Because HAL only doesn't really understand very much at the moment. HAL, order AAA batteries.
AAA batteries on Amazon.
It's a bit random, right? So new commands. It's going to be a bit wordy. HAL initiate Unreal restart protocol. And then that is going to execute, run an application. It's not an application. It's calling it something a bit more grander than it is. Calling it an application is a bit ostentatious. I dedicate that to you know who. We're ostentatious, isn't that? Wasn't there a song like that? Lost in something, Austin. Anyway. I'm thinking about you know who right now. You don't know. I do. And they do too. Run an application. That's what we're doing in the script. Restart Unreal. There we go. So what I should be able to do now is, yes, I have to remember exactly what to say. HAL initiate Unreal restart protocol. It thought I said HAL will initiate Unreal restart protocol. Can you believe that? That's not exactly intelligent, is it? HAL initiate Unreal restart protocol. I must have said it wrong. Spelt it wrong. Oh, I didn't say done. That's why. My bad. My apologies, HAL. I'm sorry, HAL. HAL initiate Unreal restart protocol. Am I geeky enough? One thing you may have noticed is it actually did something wrong. It didn't quite work. It didn't shut down. It did not shut down Visual Studio. So we have a bug. Oh, so close. Come on. Help. Help. Help me. Right. If Win exists title 2 Visual Studio, then it should. Yeah, okay, Win activate. Probably need to sleep after I activate it because, yeah, you know. That's usually the reason why. That fails. So all I need to do now is hit F7 and it will have rebuilt it. And now that's tied in. All I need to do is just give the command again. I might pull that project out again at some point. HAL initiate Unreal Restart Protocol. Oh, so close. So close. What went wrong? There's this damn thing here. Oh, what went wrong? It failed on this sort of nasty little mousy bit. Oh, that was so close. I need more delays. Might be able to optimize these delays later, but let's put another 1 second delay between the mouse click. Yeah, that's probably what it was. Let's try, right? Recompile it, compiled. Lovely and fast on the compile, like instant. The reason why it's so wordy is because I don't want it to do it by accident, but I don't want it sort of to do it by itself. Think I say it when I didn't. HAL initiate Unreal Restart Protocol. Come on. The way to have a big victory is to have little victories. I failed. Why? That is weird. Why did it come up with that? You see, I have to... It needs to do that step before it can open Visual Studio. So I can't really get around it. So what we do in those situations is the final thing that... Yeah, this step here, down and the enter, if I comment that out, rebuild it, I'll initiate Unreal Restart Protocol. And then we'll see what state it's in. It could be that I need to add another delay. Yeah, that's weird, isn't it? Look at that. It's not behaving the same as it did before. You see, what's supposed to happen is I'm dealing with a UI bug. Maybe I need to just sleep some more. 2 seconds before saying open visual, and it's probably because it also just... Is there an option to slow down the typing rate? Let's just do the word open with a 1 second delay. I think it's just typing too fast. Yeah, it's probably... There must be a way of slowing down. Yeah, it could be it had focus on the wrong window, but I don't think so. I think it's the slow down typing rate send auto it. It's a way of doing it, I'm pretty sure. There we go. It's an option. So when we get to this really messy part here, we're going to put the send key delay of 100 milliseconds. So we'll see it type open visual. Okay, that's fine. And I'm just going to run it in situ here. I can compile it when it's ready. So let's see what this does. And it got back to here and it's doing something different, isn't it? But that's really odd. Because I go here and I type open. Oh. It's inconsistent behavior in the UI. It's a nightmare for DevOps, that. Yeah, that time it worked. It's got to be a timing thing. So I'm going to put a delay of 1 second per key. Get the position, mouse click. Oh, look at that. It's supposed to be sleep 1000. There was a missing 1 there. That might be it. So the delay that I put in wasn't happening. Oh, come on, there we go. Yeah, look, it's working. Oh, no. It's not working entirely, is it? Because it's still... open space visual space studio. It just behaves randomly according to its mood. Specifically, it's doing it specifically to foil my attempt at automation. And I've dropped my pick. So my pick's on the floor somewhere. And dinner's ready. So basically, a confluence of things. I'll be back after dinner. Coming! Where's that mute? Oh la la. Right, so where were we? I'm still trying to get this script to work. It's an inconsistent behavior. So from here, if I push down, then I don't know how many to push down, unless I can just push down many times and then hit enter. Okay, then I have a workaround. Oh, that wasn't right. That's not what I meant. I meant to do this. It goes down lots. And then enter. Let's try this version. Oh, you. What on earth is wrong with this? It's like there's some weird. It's the key injection is changing the behavior. When I type, it's the same. So maybe. What I have to do is not bother with that and just go down 15 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And then hit enter. How crummy is that? That's pretty crummy. Well, I hate it, but it works. And if I build the executable, and now it's how to initiate Unreal Restart Protocol. It didn't shut down Visual Studio, did it? You just exit there and just try running this again. I shut everything down. It's working except that it doesn't always shut down Visual Studio. Yeah, it didn't close Visual Studio. Could be stray characters at the end of the title bar. Let's try running that and see what happens. Yeah, that closed. I'm kind of wondering. Yeah, if Visual Studio is not... It's almost as if it's trying, isn't it? Almost as if it's trying to make it hard. It's really weird. It's like... I think it doesn't think that the window exists if the... If Win exists... Let's look at the rules about this. Nah, it should be fine. Oh, I think it was the Win activate. I shouldn't pass that in, but otherwise it tries to match the text inside the thing. I think that's the problem. Let's try this again. So in other words, wasn't actually selecting them. So if I well, I don't know, it should have been, so like all confusing. Well, that managed to close that down. So the other test was it didn't manage to close it down if it was minimized. Yeah, that's unexpected behavior. Let's do this and see what happens. See, that time it seemed to open it. Exists. If I run it again, it neither existed. I open Visual Studio up, open the project, and minimize it, and yeah, it says it exists. It knows it exists. But it failed. Right, so what it should be, what I need to do is say win set state. Let's try a show. Let's see if that works. Incorrect number of parameters. Oh. Yeah, if that was minimized, it first of all shows it. I thought it did the show automatically. Try that again. I'm minimizing the window and then I run the script. And no, that time it did not show it. Let's try restore. At that time, restored it, closed it. Oh, flipping heck, I've never seen this before. It's like there's no logical... Oh. It's almost like... I really want to know why it's doing this, because this is just standard stuff that I've done with auto it many times, and it's not behaving in the way I expect at all. Amazing, it failed. I'm going to have to do the instruction twice. For some reason, that's really weird. Okay. One possibility is that it needs to be activated and then restored. I think this is a peculiarity of Visual Studio, frankly. Seems the only way to get this to work is to do it twice. Okay, let's do it twice. Maybe just the Win Activate is enough to do that twice. Probably. You don't need the restores. 2 Win Activates. Very odd. Let's see if that works with the test where I start the project up, I minimize and then run my script. Oh, that is really, really, really annoying. Let's put the whole thing in. What? Antivirus found. Threat blocked. I'm just going to inspect this. Be right. I'm going to go black for a little bit, then I'll be right back. It's a false positive. Sometimes auto-it scripts trigger the defense systems. It's like, and to inject stuff. Yes, that's right. Let's try again. That could be what was causing the issue. That worked. Try again. Minimize it. It really doesn't want. It really doesn't want to do that. If I run it again, then it will. Ah, this is just. What I'm going to try, because I want to understand why auto-it is behaving, or the whole thing is behaving a little strangely here. The only thing this command is going to do is restore the Visual Studio window. Doesn't exist at the moment, so let's make it exist. Seriously, I've used this thing for years. It's the first time I've seen it really struggling. This update. Anyway, look, if I minimize this window, when I run this script, it should bring it back. And it didn't. Okay, so it's refusing to bring it back. So at least this will speed up the debugging of this, find the magic incantation will activate, then set state. Now, what happened there, which is interesting, is it did actually switch to Visual Studio. But the restore didn't work. It would be a race condition. So we'll wait 1 second and then... No, it's something else that's going on. So, but I think it's listening for key presses. So what I'm going to do is just execute that. So it's like it has actually switched to Visual Studio. Then if I hit F11, no. Control tab, no. Enter, no. Alt tab. This is really annoying. Once I've done that, if I run this script, what do I get? Yeah, it's not. Delete. There's a window. What's this window? I have a kind of ghost window. I think that's maybe what's going on. Oh, lovely. Right, let's try maximize. Maximize. Right, let's try this. It's this thing. What is this little window? It's a peculiarity of Visual Studio. So maybe there's more than one. Oh, right, more than one window. Right, well, when I do Control Alt, you see there is no second window. This is, I think I can blame this on Bill Gates then. Win activate title 2 is activating the wrong window. Can I get it to print? Console right. Win get title. Dollar title 2. I was expecting it to come back with the actual. Oh, because of title 2. Yeah, sorry, that needs to be win. Because I'm using a regular expression to match the title, I think it's matching some other window other than the one I want. So there's 2 windows. There's one called, it matches the one called Microsoft Visual Studio, but what I want it to do is match this one instead, which appears when, no, they both say that. Go to to understand this. My project, Microsoft Visual Studio. Let's see what happens if I just put that sort of verbatim. Title 2, Microsoft Visual Studio. Yeah, maximize, boom. So I need to be clearer about which one. Now, I could actually just match, probably put the dash in there, dot as a regular expression. This will be enough, is this? So yeah, the mystery is due to more than one window being matched, I think. And if I do that, should be matching only the correct window. Right, let's try this. Come on. Oh, go.
Hello, Dino.
I think this works. So there we go. So when I was doing that, minimize the window, it creates a second window which sort of hangs around for some reason, and that was getting picked up because it had the same name, and then it was operating on the wrong window. So what I needed to do is put a space dash space, because the project name goes in front. The window I want is the one that will match that pattern, theoretically. Let's see if I'm right. Does it manage to close? Oh, because of this, I think it's actually we can get rid of those. Right, let's test this if this works. We go open up Visual Studio. Minimize Visual Studio, hit F5. It all went wrong, all went wrong the other day, when the day slipped away. Now I chase the dream. Well, that seemed to work. I think that fixes the problem. I will see. Put this back. Let's compile it. See if see what. Right. Try to compile it. HAL initiate Unreal restart protocol. Well, it was doing really well until it had to restart Visual Studio. That bit failed now. Hey, Refly. Well, how you doing? Good to see you. Hal has most of its brain missing at the moment. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
That's almost all there is. How have you been? Yeah, that's weird. Maybe I moved the mouse. I'm going to say I moved the mouse because I was impatient. Let's try this again. That's why I hate mouse things. HAL initiate Unreal restart protocol. If it was the usual for you in 2020, then you probably had a good one. It worked. So what I now have, after much effort, but it's all worthwhile, I can tell you, is I can get HAL. I can restart Unity and Visual Studio at the run of a script, click of a button. You know, let's try. HAL.
Hello, Dino.
HAL initiate Unreal. Hang on. HAL initiate Unreal restart protocol. No, that was too much. HAL initiate Unreal restart protocol. So, HAL initiate Unreal restart protocol. It all went wrong the other day when the day slipped away and I chased the dream, went round the bend. And I ended up right here again. Yeah, because it didn't actually manage to do that step of restarting. Oh, this is like, wow. Jeez. Failed to restart Visual Studio. That is really annoying. And that's why I groaned when it was down to a mouse press. Well, I'm going to keep at it. Let's get this damn thing to work. What I'm going to do is just cause it to exit right after the mouse press. It's probably got to do with the fact I've moved the window Unreal. I've moved Unreal and it doesn't like something. So yeah. So let's just run the script. Why? Why did I move to Unreal? Is it innocuous or a big deal? I got a bit tired of Unity. One of the issues as well is, well, the company I'm working for now does not, it uses doesn't use Unity. And I'm a bit tired of Unity, and I've got some other reasons. But and there's also the fact that I I built the Phi. I'm building the Phi programming stuff in C++, and I also, there's demand for Unreal programmers. There's that too. So there's a whole heap of reasons. So I'm hoping to get to something a little more interesting with Unreal than pondering on this issue. The issue was that the mouse pointer it's confused about. It's because of the multiple screen setup, which you yeah. So it gets confused as to where. Okay, what I can do is then get pause, and then this left click, these two commands. And so if I run this, it should just move the mouse to where it would need to go to press that. Oh, wait a minute, there's an error. Oh, yeah, I need to define the variable. I really put that before. Boom. Yeah, look, it's gone all the way. You see the mouse went all the way up to the top corner there. This window you see in the top left is actually swapped on these two screens. So when I go off the top of this window, comes in here, it's moving all the way up here. That's really weird, and it's because of the window layout. So that's either an auto bug or a Windows bug. Oh, Lord knows what. I think I'm going to get it to print. It's really aggravating. All I want to do is have it automatically start Visual Studio. Oh, excuse me. Being unreasonable. It thinks that this is at 1912 on the X coordinate. This is correct. But minus 241. This is interesting. I want to understand this for future reference apart from anything. If I put this here and maximize that there and I run my script, the coordinates I get are -8, -8. Kind of interesting. This means that it's actually saying that the window is off the screen. Oh boy. 0, 0 is the top of this. If I go and take that and put it here, then, and then I run my script. Now I've got 912, which would be correct from here, would be exactly the correct one, but the Y coordinate is wrong. It's -241, and the reason for that is that this is above where this is on the, in terms of monitors. It thinks it's calculated the Y coordinate to the wrong window space. What a pickle. This is why I didn't want to have to rely on mice. If there's a shortcut for opening the file menu, I can work around this. You're watching this and wondering, why am I focusing so much on a thing like this? It's also because, with like everything, it's not just about getting something done, but it's about learning. So I want to understand what has gone wrong here as this should work. And for the future, if I'm having to automate things, to understand these parameters and what's going on. So clearly there's a bug with regards to getting the window position on multiple monitors. Because it's like there's a sign flip. You know what I mean? It's flipped. It's gone and said it's in the negative, but from here relative to that, oh, yeah, Refly, you just made me think I should probably Yeah, there are other workarounds, obviously, but that's the reason why. It's confusing with window monitors because the resolution of screen 2 here is a 4K monitor. It's actually got a higher vertical resolution than monitor 1 over here, which is my square 1920 by 1920. And so, yeah, the top of this is actually above. That's why it's negative. The mouse. Oh, no. Oh, I worked it out. It's so stupid. But here's a lesson learned. A fantastic lesson learned about having to do mouse operations on multiple screens. Haha. And this makes it all worthwhile because it's a this is quite an interesting one. You're in one, right? And you say go here. What you're actually saying is go here, and on my screen it looks like it's going downwards because 2 is physically a smaller monitor, right? Because it's got a higher resolution. What I think is happening is it doesn't get there because it's trying to go from here to here, right? And it hits this point and it doesn't go because I'd need to go further. It would eventually, if I pulled further into this screen, it would actually get there, but it doesn't get there because it doesn't pop the mouse there. What it does is it slides the mouse there, it moves it, and it hits that bit and doesn't make it to the other screen, and then the thing didn't work. Do you get it? It's like, whoa, that's one hell of a bug. That's a full on DevOps thing. It's not a bug in AutoIt, and technically it's not a bug in Windows either, other than just the rather primitive mouse handling on the transitions between screens. Solutions that I want the mouse to pop there, not slide there. I'm hoping that there is a way of doing that. So I'm just going to have a look at the mouse click thing. A speed of 0 will move the mouse instantly. I like it. That sounds like what I want. So I need to add a 0, but put clicks 1. Aha, exciting. Let's see. I will not be defeated. You shall not defeat me. Build this. I mean, run this. Let's see. Oh, look at that. Much closer. Not quite there. A little bit confused as to why it's just a little bit off the file. Might be due to the percentage settings. The zoom settings.
Hello, Dino.
Yeah, hello. Well, I think I can get away with it. Yeah, this might come back to haunt me, but at least I'm aware of what the situation is. If I try 35 here, and there it works. So what I'll do is just adjust it so that it was closer as 55. If I do 50, it'll probably work. There it is. And we can test it in different configurations. Let's just see. Yep. Oh. Yep. The screen. Yep. Oh, it works. I think that is now reliable. I'm going to check for a mouse press. Sorry, a shortcut. For file menu Unreal. Aha, I already tried that. It didn't support the alt thing. Look, Alt F, sad. See, they didn't implement that. Then I had to use a mouse press. What's the shortcut key of the file menu? Microsoft. I don't think there is one. I mean, we could just try some random stuff in here, like Alt Escape. Alt, left Alt F, Alt, left Alt and right Alt, left. Yeah, there isn't. But I think my thing here will do the trick. Let me extract that. Come on. Go down to where it's put. Hilarious. I'll initiate Unreal Restart Protocol. HAL initiate Unreal Restart Protocol. Oh, you're not shut. It's not. Oh, right. It's just taking its time. All those pauses. I will not be defeated. I have a cunning plan. That appears to be sort of working, right? Let's try maximizing that. I'll initiate Unreal Restart Protocol.
Hello, Dino.
Epic Games, your standard Standards in menu shortcuts by. Absolutely. Absolutely. I can imagine in a meeting someone nobody uses them. That is actually that actually looks like it's working. It just did it twice without a problem. You know, it doesn't need to be 100% reliable. This is, and even if it works 9 times out of 10, then that's a gain. I can change the things in here a bit. That problem that I had was not due to that delay, it was due to other things Sleep dealt with. Then after yeah, we'll leave that in as is. I'll initiate Unreal Restart Protocol. So this looks like it's working very nicely. I just wanted it to open up Visual Studio. There is, see, the thing here is that when you've got your integration Visual Studio and Unreal, what you have to do, and you've got to remember to do it, is you have to open up Visual Studio from within Unreal. The problem is when Unreal crashes, it doesn't close Visual Studio. And what you do is restart Unreal, and you forget to restart Visual Studio. Then you think everything is fine, but you're editing things in Visual Studio, and then it's not actually operating the hot compile. So what happens is you compile, you edit your code. This is actually a serious matter. You edit your code, and then Unreal sees that you recompiled, and it pulls it in and does a hot reload. Now, what happens if the hot reload doesn't happen? What happens then is that you continue doing your development, and then you run something and you find, oh, it doesn't work. For example, this happened at the beginning of the stream to me, exactly this scenario, in effect. Because it's slightly different. Well, actually, I forgot to save in that case. That one was my fault. But what happens then is you get a crash. Okay, it crashed. You go and look at the code. You go, oh, I can see why it crashed. You edit the change in Visual Studio. Now, Unreal shut down. Visual Studio carried on. You make the edit. You hit compile. You say, oh, that's fine. Oh, Unreal is not open. So you open Unreal. And actually, in that case, it probably would work because it's going to do a reload because you've opened it. Okay. So if you open up Unreal first, right, instead. So Unreal crashed. Visual Studio's open. You restart Unreal. Unreal is now restarted. Visual Studio is still the same instance it was before. You don't hit play because you know it'll crash again. You make the change to the code that caused the crash. Right? You recompile. It's fine. You go over to the editor to try to play. You play and it crashes. But can't see why that would crash. Surely I fixed it, but it's crashing. What's the trick? The trick was that change did not get incorporated into Unreal because Unreal didn't hot reload it. And so now you're in this, until you figure that out, you're in a kind of, you're in a twilight zone, because nothing you do is having any effect at all on how the project is behaving. No effect on how your project is behaving. So you can see how you can be led up on your merry way that way, completely the wrong direction. It's entirely possible with those kind of scenarios to end up wasting half a day even. And it's one that sneaks up and gets you over and over again. It's always there. I mean, I've been doing this for a long time, and it still gets me from time to time. Because it always presents itself in a new and strange way. In this case, it's that one. This is the scenario of, what I call it is what was that? The groundhog bug. It's like Groundhog Day, the film. Groundhog bug. Groundhog bug is a bug that no matter what you do, it stays. You go and you find a bug. You're debugging it, and you find an actual bug, and you fix the bug. And then you try and it does the same thing. And then you investigate some more and you find another bug and you fix the bug and it does the same thing. And sometimes it's a groundhog bug because you've never been testing anything that you've changed, because you didn't realize that you were in the wrong version of Visual Studio. You have multiple projects. Whatever the reason is, there was an error that you did not spot. It just basically wasn't getting into the build. Whatever you do. And it's entirely possible I've had a situation where I found 3 different genuine bugs in the course of trying to solve a groundhog bug. Before I realized that, in fact, everything that I'd just been doing for that whole morning or whatever, none of it ever actually made it into a build or a run because of some other problem. So So I want to make it so that, and this is the point of DevOps, right? You want to fix that, and you want to make sure that can't happen. So now I've got a protocol that we could actually try this out. So if I go here, and there I've got this find or add. So what this is doing is I created a map which is the same thing as a dictionary, and I put it in this is a blueprint function library. So I'm creating C++ library functions that can be included in a blueprint. And the last change I made was here, was get notice, and it returns find or add key, right? Or was it set notice? Actually, it wasn't that one. It was set notice. So what I'd done before was this. Notice map key.
Hello, Dino.
Hello, Hal. That's what I did. Now, what this is trying to do is set in the map the value for the specific key, but this will crash if the key doesn't exist. It's counterintuitive, but this only works if the key already exists, otherwise it crashes. So if we look at the blueprint for this, here are some various other experiments from earlier, but we've got thing here. There's set notice. Set notice is trying to set the value of BBB for the key AAA, right? And that is this set notice, and all it's doing is taking the value to put it into the key. But as I said, this will cause a crash if the key doesn't already exist. Unexpectedly, the bug was introduced because I thought that was made sense, but in fact now it's an assumption, assuming that you could do this if key doesn't already exist. All right, But anyway, I saw before I knew it, you can hit play and then it goes and works, which is very confusing. Why? We're in groundhog. This is a groundhog situation. It's a groundhog situation because something went wrong, and what went wrong is, and I didn't actually save it. So let's try. Okay, here we go. Right, there should be a hot reload. I just saw that the hot reload happened, although it's in the corner of my eye. So normally I'm not going to be paying attention to that. So it's all fine, and we go here, and we're going to play this. And so what's going to happen? This is running. This is a blueprint connected to a cube that's in the scene. And so this will be called when playing starts, and it calls my function, and it all looks straightforward. It looks like, I mean, certainly in C# that would work. You hit play and bang. And so now, you know, I'm going to close without sending, and at this point I can just say I'll initiate Unreal Restart Protocol. I could have a script to click on. Well, I do, but you can end up with a lot of those. Where is it? Oh, the rest of it, I don't know. Let's see if it works. And as you see, it actually closed the current copy of Visual Studio to make sure that there's no way that I could be editing the wrong Visual Studio instance, one that is not connected to Unreal, and it restarted Unreal. Because otherwise I could be sitting there trying to fix this at this point, and then none of these changes have any effect, and I'm stuck in this loop where everything I do still causes a crash until, and I've had a few of those already when I've been working with Unreal. I've already had a few of those and saying, why is it? I was the other day I had a really big one like that. There was a project that would not hot reload, and I never really found out why. It just was refusing to do a hot reload, so I started a new project. But and I noticed there were errors being thrown by the reload process. In fact, I would try and do a compile, because you have this compile here. You should be able to hit compile, and it should, you know, compile. I saw that little green thing down there. Yeah, compile complete. It would not do that. Instead, it was throwing an error involving Windows DLL. And there was no explanation for it. It was, I need the project. I tried to clear out, you know, researching on the internet, clearing out all the temporary files. Nothing worked. I started a new project. The point is that situation of what I was doing in Visual Studio never being reflected, for a different reason than this one, but for never being reflected in Unreal, had gone on for a few hours, for about 2 hours, I think it was, before eventually I cottoned on to, hang on, is it hot reloading or not? And then I was going to try and do a manual. Of course, I'm not familiar with this. I don't understand more of the process. I'll compile. I think the compile option wasn't appearing even. Oh no, it was appearing. I've sworn at one point it wasn't. It's all a bit. So to fix this bug, which is the first bug I fixed today, before I immediately then I had in my mind all of this issue that I wanted to sort of nail down. If you change the notice map add here to add this to the map like a dictionary, you need to use add, and then if the key doesn't exist, then it'll create it. So then I should hit F7 here, and if everything being good, it should pick up the change and do a hot reload. And as it did, this is a more recent feature of Unreal, and frankly, makes me a lot happier about using it, really. DevOps. And so where's my blueprint gone? Now when I hit play, it shouldn't crash. In fact, it doesn't crash. So that's all good. And I'm ready for the next crash. I have a procedure to follow that is automated that will try to minimize that kind of very, very costly issues that come from an unsafe state of your development environment. So it's absolutely worth me spending the time, to try and nail that down. So I think at this point, then I've succeeded in doing a thing. Hoorah! Restart Unreal Script. So with that, I pop one off the stack. We are now on the notice board pattern. You can see on here is what this is about. It's not final code, but this is like seeing how I could actually make this stuff work. So in a blueprint, what's the notice board pattern? It's a key value pair. You can write to it and read it, but you can also ask for events to be generated when a notice changes. And notice the change is very important. An event generated upon the change of a notice might sound familiar if you've been following me with my Phi on the Phi channel about the Phi programming language. Phi programming language is entirely driven by events generated on state changes. So it's not a coincidence. In fact, the musings and thinking about the Phi programming language informed the notice board pattern as I started thinking about this thing of events upon change of data as being something really important. So I don't know, 6-7 years ago, I don't know. And so that led me onto an architectural construct or design pattern or whatever you want to call it, which is I call a notice board. I know that there's blackboards and there's other variant. So this is a variant. I don't know how similar it is to other ones, but in the notice board, anything can write to the notice board. Anything can read the notice board. It's a global notice board. You could also have some private notice boards if you want, but I mean, it's not the real point. And so then anything can look for a notice appearing or changing, but that would require that you have to continually look all the time, and you can do that, but you can also ask to be notified when a change happens. So what happens to the notice board pattern then is that when a change to a variable happens, it looks to see if anybody was interested in that change and notifies everybody of that change who was interested. This is very interesting abstraction because, in the separation of concerns, the one that posts the notice does not have to think about who they should notify. And with a lot of architectural patterns involving messaging, the classic one is that if you're interested in when when the ball goes out of play. Some other idea popped into my head, but it was a bit random, so I filtered it out and just go for something a little. Yeah, so when a ball, if you want to know when the ball goes out of play, then you could, let's say with a football game, right? You could have the referee is the one that decides if the ball goes out of play, And so then what you need to do is register with the referee that you wish to be notified. So maybe the captains would register their interest in the ball going out of play. I mean, you really wouldn't do it this way, but whatever. And so the problem here is that the referee now has multiple responsibilities. Not only does the referee have to check to see if the ball is out of play, which incidentally is probably something that the ball should know. Maybe the referee would ask for it to be notified by the ball. Oh my God, this is getting a tangle, isn't it? Yeah. But anyway, whatever. So the referee not only has to go and ascertain if the ball is out of play, but also has to keep a list of everybody it needs to notify when the ball goes out of play. So what you've got now is different concerns being performed by the same object. This is a sign of an architectural weakness, because really the referee shouldn't have to remember who needs to be told. In fact, when you look at a real the way that it actually works in real life in a sport, you've got the referee, he's got this whistle, the referee blows the whistle. He doesn't care where it goes, and in effect the whistle is a notice. So what happens with this pattern, if you're doing this for this kind of thing, is that when the referee sees that the ball has gone out of play, it posts a notice on the notice board saying, stop play. And that is similar to the referee blowing the whistle. The whistle is blown, but doesn't have to worry about who's going to hear it. You throw it on the notice board, you don't need to worry about who's going to pay attention. But what about the notification then? So in the polling mechanism, everybody who's interested in, if the ball has gone out of play, they're all having to continually look at the notice board. So it would be like asking, did the referee blow the whistle just now? Did the referee blow the whistle just now? And there's on the next frame, did the referee blow the whistle just now? Sometimes you actually want to do that, but it has its own problems. You've got this kind of conflict between the two modes of operation, one of which is polling and the other one which is being notified. This is also stuff that Phi solves in theory completely. But so because there's no such thing as polling in Phi, because Phi doesn't have a program counter or any kind of control flow statements, so it doesn't really have a loop. So you can't wait for anything by polling. It'd be interesting. But anyway, unless you create a virtual machine in Phi which is capable of doing that, but that's enough. But anyway, so what you do is you don't want the referee to keep a list of who to notify, but at the same time you don't want everybody who's interested to have to keep looking. So you want a kind of notification. So whose responsibility is it to notify? So what you do is you put the responsibility of the notification in the notice board itself. So if somebody is interested in the ball going out of play, what you do is you register your interest with the notice board. Now the referee never has to send a message to anybody. All the referee does is post the change in state to the notice board. The notice board concerns itself with who's interested, and its duty is that, and is very clean, and is only that, and isn't mixed up with any other concerns. And then anybody who's using the notice board is able to choose between polling and events, so that they can use whichever is suitable for whatever thing they are doing. And anybody ever generating a message never needs to concern themselves with who's going to read it. And anybody reading a message does not need to concern themselves with where the message came from, unless that's specifically required and in the message on purpose. You just don't care. The ball is out of play. Oh, okay. Everybody knows. So of course you can then now migrate that to the ball posts a notice when it goes out of play. The referee can see when the ball goes out of play and then can decide what to do, and then maybe post a different message that changes the state of the whole game as a result of something that was triggered by the ball, all orchestrated through the notice board. So that's the background of what a notice board is. So of course this is a thing now that I use in every project I do, I therefore want to do it in Unreal. And although what I really want to do in Unreal is have some kind of networking library that I can access through blueprints, so that I can throw together my Nugget window application. This is a remote graphics terminal, which is a tool I want to use together with Phi. What I want to do is I want to build that, but a good stepping stone is to build the notice board system. Also because I can use the notice board system as part of the library for the networking stuff. Because think about it, you get network messages anytime. It's all asynchronous. So it's actually perfect for a notice board pattern. Package arrives, notice goes up on the notice board, so just received a package. Anybody cares? And it's certainly maybe not the ideal way in the end to do it, but it's certainly a good option. It's good to have that option, and it's so useful. I use it everywhere. Might as well do it. It will make it easier for me to then do what's technically a little more tricky, which is to do the network code, because in the end this notice board will be something really pretty short in terms of lines of code. So what I've got here is that it is, and the begin play, it is setting this key, and what I want to try is to read that key value. So I should be able, I'm just going to check this is working. So let's test thing, get notice. I'm going to get the notice, and the notice is called AAA. It's a AAA notice. And then from here we're going to go to print, and I want to print the string, and there we go. So there we are. So at the beginning it sets the key to the value BBB, and then every tick should print the contents of key AAA, which is BBB. We should see BBB streaming up here when I hit play. And there it is. That's working correctly. I will go on to the next step. The next step is I need to figure out, I want to register an event. So this requires that we I need an event dispatcher. So I'm going to call this notice, and let's pop this here. It's an event. So what I've got is a custom event, and I just want to see if I can trigger this custom event first of all, because I'm new to Unreal, and something I really want to get nailed down is my understanding of how to do C++ blueprints integration. Really important. So when the custom event comes through, I want to print something. It's going to print hello, default thing. Now, let's make sure that this works fine. No errors. But I need to have this call an event, and I need to be able to register the event. So I'm going to have to create a function. These are all static, which is great. Ever since I started applying the rule of thumb, make every object, make every class that you have a static class unless there's a really good reason not to, is it really, really works. Believe me. So I really like the fact that there's no object stuff going on here, because then everything is just easily accessible. We're going to create a function here called notify, and notify is going to have to take, okay, I'm going to have to create a yes, I need to look this up, because it's the problem is how do I generate an event from C++? C++ create an event for blueprints. Right, so I think what I need to do, got to go into the header file. And we create blueprint implementable event. Hi, the memory. How you doing? And Earl. Hey Earl. Used to watch Kickoff Revival. Oh, yeah. The beginning of the end. Although we did actually survive 4 years of Trump. Well, almost. Got a little bit more to go. Another 12 days or so. How you doing? Hi, the memory. How you doing? Yeah, I am working on Unreal, as you can see. It's aha. Yes. Beard is about 2 years old now. Time flies. It's been a while since I only just started streaming again for the new year. We need to create an event here. An event. How does this work? See this before, I've forgotten. So what I want to do is, there's a delegate. I need, oh, wait a minute, this isn't the right thing. I need to create delegate. Yeah, it's a thingy delegate. It's a delegate matter. Delegate. Unreal blueprints. Hey Earl, glad you still Play kickoff revival. That's good. And that is the reason why the game exists. Are you worried about permissions? I mean, if one is, and I think the issues of permissions and private public is overstated, is extremely overstated. Is not perhaps a popular opinion, but it is really what I believe. It's overstated because there is no substitute for having programmers who know what they're doing, not messing with code that they shouldn't mess with. There is a premise. The public-private thing, it's like it's trying to solve an issue the wrong way. You should solve it by training your programmers and having a team standard and all the rest of it. Frankly, not that way. But it's a similar thing with you. If it is an issue, you have to bear in mind that it's a runtime permissions thing, not compile time. The notice board is primarily a runtime and runtime bound device. So this can be viewed as a disadvantage because then the compiler can't help you. But this is a larger topic. Probably the best way of having permissions, if you really care about that, is whoever puts the notice on the board says who's allowed to receive the notice and can register that either by permission classes or individuals or whatever else that you want, so that in that way you have privacy, but you still retain the open nature of the thing from an architectural point of view. If you think about it, it's exactly what an e-commerce website does. You have accounts on it and everybody can access the data, but you can only access certain parts of the data according to what permissions you have. Exactly the same thing. That's what I view. If you try it, if you try it in any other way, then but it does create coupling actually. Well, if you can specify specifically the identity of people or identity of modules or whatever that you want to have permission to access your notice, then you are coupling again. That's actually right. You might as well just call them on the phone. Rotary phone. Yeah, Fred. Yeah, 372.1. Yeah. I mean, you might as well. But if you want to broadcast your message to a group of people, a group of things, people, if you want to broadcast your message to a group of interested parties, then a good approach is, and this is similar to the file system under Unix, where you can have owners and you can have groups. You can have group access, owner access, and anybody else access. That seems to work pretty well. And so then you can say this message on the notice board is only available to these particular groups. And then you have much less coupling, because there's coupling at the... It's not really even coupling anymore. It's there's a good abstraction as to the permissions, where the identity of people, the identity of those that can access the data is actually handled by a different module, and what you have is a unique identifier for the groups. I don't know if that makes sense. Well, I want to figure out how to do delegates. Let's see. It was like a particular declare dynamic delegate. That's the one. Declare dynamic delegate. Right, well, that's what I'm going to look at, is that, so that I can get this noted. Because basically what I want to do is when we get the first event here, I want to be able to register a notification delegate. So it's going to take this and shove this into data that's stored on the notice board. It basically says call this when a key changes value, and if I've got that done, then the notification thing is working and then is available in blueprints, and then I can sort of build. I'm going to have to go for now. I will be back later this evening. They're probably about an hour. So I'll catch you then. If you're around. Thanks for watching. Yeah.